and I worked on my direction.
We gon' hike through the flame. We gon' die with a name. We gon' fight through the pain.
to this competition, and Canada will be reliant on their imperious form when playing in Toronto, having lost just one of the 29 games they've featured in Toronto. They've lost all 6 matches, however, at a World Cup, both in Mexico 1986 and Qatar 2022. They averaged 2 goals against them in each of those games, having scored just 2 goals in those 6 matches. This will be Bosnia's second appearance at a World Cup, having exited in the group stage back in 2014 in Brazil, having won 1 and lost 2 of those games in that competition. And they prepare to take on a Canada side with the voice and the volume of their supporters inside this Toronto stadium. Will be hoping to take some confidence into the next round of fixtures. On June the 18th, Canada will take on Qatar in Vancouver before a game against Switzerland to conclude the group stages. Bosnia have Switzerland on June the 18th in LA before a trip to Seattle to take on Qatar. And as the captains are now called into the middle, for Bosnia, the captain, as mentioned, is Sead Kolasinac. It is Eustachio with the armband for Canada. The referee for today's game, Facundo Tello, after spending a decade in the top division in Argentina, gets his call up to the World Cup. And in charge of VAR, should it be required, is Hernan Mastrangelo. So just looking at the formations for the two sides, it is a 4-4-2 formation for Canada. As expected, they'll start with Crepeau in goal, Johnston on the right-hand side of a back four with Larea in on left-hand side, and there's a spot on the bench for Alphonso Davis. The two centre-backs, De Goals and Cornelius, partnering alongside each other, not for the first time under Jesse March. And then it's Tajon Buchanan and Ismail Kone in the midfield duo, with Eustachio on the right-hand side, Liam Miller on the left, and Jonathan David, the record top goal scorer for Canada, with 39 goals in his 75 caps for his nation, partnering Tani Oluwaseyi. Not quite as clinical of a front line with him there. And it is a 4-4-2 formation for Bosnia as well, with Vasily in goal, Dedic on the right-hand side, Katic and Mohamovic as the two centre-backs, with Kolasinac on the left-hand side, then Memic on the left-hand side of the midfield four, with Brakovic on the right, and then Basic and Tahirovic as the two midfielders, and Demirovic and Lukic as the two strikers. So just inside of their own half, we have got the team huddle going on for Canada, the final preparation for this game. Bosnia doing the exact same in their half. Of course, there will be VAR assistance should it be required, and there will be a water break as expected halfway through each of the halves. So a chance for any regrouping that may be required between these two sides. Very different expectations, perhaps more so for Canada as one of the hosts. Bosnia just expected to challenge towards getting themselves out of the group stage, and they'll not have an easy task to do so with the likes of Switzerland. It will be Canada to get things underway for us on the whistle of the referee as we count down from 5, kicking off from right to left in the all red strips. It's all white therefore for Bosnia, and immediately the ball is played out to David and out to the left hand side for Miller inside of his own half, plays the ball down the line. Oluwaseyi is going to chase this towards the corner flag. Slide tackle comes in from Katic early on. Strong challenge gives a throw in to Canada, about equal with the 6-yard box out on the left hand side. Miller across to take this to his right hand side. Coming short is Larea. I think he was expecting to take the throw in from nearby, but everyone else making themselves present inside of the area. Long throw expected in towards around the 6-yard box. But from the back is Cornelius in towards the near post. It's headed down, twisted across the body. Cross comes in and it's turned behind by Katic, and it'll be a corner for Canada. 40 seconds gone and we'll get our first corner for these two sides in World Cup 2026. Canada out on the left hand side. Across from the right comes Eustachio with the armband. It'll be an in-swinging corner. Staying forwards Cornelius. And De Rolls makes himself again present in and around the goalkeeper inside the 6-yard box. The referee just giving some instructions as there is a bit of a battle going on inside the 6-yard box in the early stages. And on his whistle, we'll get this in-swinging corner towards the near post, flicked on, and it's still inside the area at the moment with David. Tries to get the ball across the middle, but it's cleared away by Dedic. Going to be chased down now into their own half, but out comes Crepeau, who gets there first. Out to his right-hand side now to Kone. further over to the right-hand side, but it's dealt with by Kolasinac down the left-hand side to Bosnia's number 15, Memic. Gets it back into his own half, and then Tahirovic flicks the ball over. The challenge from Johnston, who's gone in quite high on the tackle of Lukic, and it'll be a free kick to Bosnia out on that left-hand side. There'll be a chance to get across into the box as Cornelius and De Figueroa make a very slow journey back into their own half. Katic and Mohamovic making them presence just on the edge of the area. And expect the cross into the area here. Out on the left hand side it will be Kolasinac to take this. Drifted ball over towards the back post. Late run's been made, headed back across the middle. It's fallen to the 6-yard box, but the effort can't towards the back post. It was headed back across the middle by Katic, and just as the outstretched right foot from Cornelius dragged that towards the edge of the area, the effort first time by Batic went over into the stands, and the goal kick is taken by Krapo out to the left hand side.
Lorraine will try and bring this down, but the challenge comes in from Borakovic.
Won't maintain possession though. It's gone all the way through to De Figueroa. Now to his right hand side, long ball over the top, searches for Buchanan, but it's headed down by Kolasinac, one of the more experienced players in this Bosnia squad. As he goes route one again, as the sides just start to calm themselves down from the nerves that opened this game. A couple of passes now starting to bring more players into the game as Oluwaseyi goes out to the right hand side for the overlapping run from Buchanan, who can't get his cross into the box on the first attempt. There's a couple of players in there now. It's back to the edge of the area, but turned away by Tahirovic. Punted into Canada's half, and De Figueroa plays this out of play, and it's going to be a throw on the left hand side for Bosnia. And Memic goes across into the opposition half just to try and take his time, allowing players to come and support him as he drops the ball now for Kolasinac to come across. Usually you'd see Edin Dzeko, but on the bench today, and there's a challenge that's gone in there. The ball's rolled all the way behind for a goal kick, and he's wanting a free kick is Lukic, but the referee has waved that away. Lukic just holding on to the back there of Cornelius. I think there was a bit of a battle between the two of them, an altercation that went on. I think either way it would have been harsh, a free kick to either of those sides. So correct decision by the referee, and the goal kick from Krapo. He goes out to the left hand side, goes over everybody and into the technical area. Throwing now taken on the right hand side by Dedic. Down the line it goes. Challenge this time by Miller, gives a free kick to Bosnia out on the right hand side. Similar sort of distance to where it was on the left when a cross came into the box. And this time it'll be Katic across to take this. And he's dropped the ball off for Basic as he moves back in towards the middle. Everyone else is on the edge of the area at the moment. About 10 yards into the opposition half from the right hand side. Played across the middle now for Memic. Memic goes back to his right hand side for Basic. Cross goes in towards the middle. It's headed goalwards, but behind again, and it's going to be a goal kick again to Canada. And now as Bosnia start to find their stride, start to get themselves back into this game as the momentum continues to swing between the two sides. Canada started the brightest. 5 minutes gone here at Toronto Stadium. If you are just joining us, thank you for choosing Flash Score as your coverage of the 2026 World Cup. Canada 0, Bosnia and Herzegovina 0 as it stands at the moment. Short goal kick taken by Cornelius to his goalkeeper, and Krapo has to get away this ball quickly as Demirovic is closing him down. Goes all the way through to Vasil. Takes a touch onto his right foot, who's under pressure again. Gets the ball away. First touch by De Figueroa, gives the ball away to Kolasinac on the left-hand side. Chipped over down the line. Going to be chased down now by Demirovic. Goes out to the edge of the area, but well defended by Cornelius, who gets himself between the player and the ball and shields the ball out of play for a goal kick now. Again for Canada, very much on the back foot. As soon as they're getting the ball into Bosnia's half, it's not taking long for Bosnia to get the ball back into the opposition half. A very revamped side from Sergei Barbarez. A lot of expected players in this Bosnia side have been bypassed for the World Cup and did so for the qualification stages as well, and clearly it's paid off. Not many sides expected them to give much of a challenge against Wales, let alone against Italy, of course, one of the most decorated sides in international football. Managed to get the win against both of those on a penalty shootout. after a 1-1 draw, and a throw in on the right-hand side now for Dedic to take, just in front of his manager. Goes it through the middle this time for Basic, lets it run across his body and goes back to Mohamovic inside of his own area, out to the right-hand side now to Katic. Chip down the line, headed away comfortably by Cornelius up towards the halfway line, headed down by Oluwaseyi, tries to find David, but it's intercepted by Basic again, out to the left-hand side now for Kolasinac. Continues to venture down this left-hand side, challenge comes in, and it's going to be a throw-in to Canada. It came off of the outstretched foot of Kolasinac, who was trying to make the pass down the line, waiting for the run there of Memic, perhaps a lapse of communication between the two, as the throw-in's taken short there by Johnston. First time clearance by Buchanan, gives possession away again, and it's up at the halfway line with Kolasinac inside to Memic, back into his own half for Katic, and down the left-hand side towards Barakovic. And the challenge comes in from Lorea this time, and it's going to be a throw into Bosnia, thrown back into their own half to Mohamovic. Switched over to the right-hand side, closed down almost immediately. Here is Memic, as he gets the first touch off of his shin, but it goes out of play for a throw into Canada, taken quickly down the line by Lorea. Finds David, who loses his footing after the first touch, and it's won back by Bosnia inside of their own half. And back inside now to Katic, goes all the way back to Vasil. First time clearance from him, goes upfield, gets it into Canada's half. Left to run there though by Basic, won back by Buchanan, out to his right hand side here for Johnston, who's under pressure, looks down the right hand side, gets the ball over the top of Kolasinac, and he falls to Buchanan, tries to bring the ball back past the experienced left back of Bosnia, continues down the right hand side, but the linesman says the ball went out of play, and it will be a throw into Bosnia now. Just ran out of room down that right hand side. Buchanan twisting and turning, but the experience of Kolasinac, and that's how this defensive unit really has been set up. It's been built around Sead Kolasinac, of course, the experience that he's had with Arsenal, Marseille, and of course now with Atalanta. And he throws it back now to Katic. First time clearance, doesn't make it out of the half, headed back down by Johnston. It's only into the path of Demirovic. Takes it down that left-hand side. Johnston regains the yards and puts the ball behind for a throw-in. It'll allow Canada to regroup defensively, but Bosnia need to really be building on this momentum. Canada, of course, the hosts. The majority of supporters inside of the Toronto Stadium is, of course, Canada supporters. Need to really make this momentum, this possession that they've got at the moment count. Thrown down the line by Kolasinac, won back in midfield by Kone. Doesn't have time to really bring the ball under control though, and gets the ball up towards the halfway line. It's come back towards him almost immediately, and now Kone out to the left hand side, finds some space here for Miller. Miller down the line for the run of Eustachio, and the challenge comes in from Dedic, and it'll be a rare moment of possession inside of Bosnia's half for Canada. And out on the left hand side, Lorea will come across to take this throw from just inside of the technical area with, of course, Jesse March, the manager for Canada. A few more yards being taken here by Lorea. The referee's just instructed him no further. Takes a throw in down the line. David drops this ball off, and it's now with Miller. Miller loses out and wins his side of throw-in, but tries to maintain that possession, just wait for extra support. Another long throw into the area as up come Cornelius and De Figueiredo. Again in and around the 6-yard box. They're trying to make Bosnia pay for not taking their chances. It's thrown in, flicks away though. Falls to the edge of the area with Eustachio, back into his own half, and the first touch taken now by Krupo inside of the 6-yard box inside of his own half, out to the left hand side. And first touch brings it down from Miller, back inside now to Eustachio, now to Kone into his own half, in possession with Cornelius. Goes back to Kone, who's even further inside of his own half, and Canada now trying to break down this Bosnia defence. Now with Lorea. Through the middle finds a gap. Lorea's first touch. It goes behind David, but across comes Oluwaseyi to control the ball and gives the ball away immediately. In a breakaway now down the left-hand side for Memic. In goes the challenge of Johnston. We're going to have a free kick. We might get a yellow card. We are going to get a yellow card. It'll be the first yellow card of the competition. Kolasinac, I think, is trying to argue that he wanted to see a red card in this situation, but the referee's given a yellow card. And we may get intervention from Hernan Strangolo. After seeing what we saw in the opening game of this competition, it wouldn't surprise me if it did go to a VAR check, but I think a red card would certainly be too harsh. It was a poor pass by Oluwaseyi, but the run down the left-hand side from Memic, it's a challenge that's come in from Johnston just a bit too late. That's what's led to the free kick. Memic is still down at the moment as Kolasinac laughs off the situation with Kone. And Johnston gets away with a yellow card for now, as the physio's on to just check with Memic the extent of the challenge. The damage it may have caused, but he should be able to continue. I think a yellow card is the right decision by the referee. I think a red card would certainly have been too harsh, but we have seen stranger things in this competition, of course, so far. It's a very late challenge on Memic, and he's just wrapped his right foot around the ankle there of the left winger from Bosnia. He has already proven that his energy down that left-hand side could prove quite difficult for Johnston to handle. He'll be the one that's back up to his feet to take this free kick from the left-hand side. From the backs, Katic and Muhamovic. Cross goes in this time towards the near post, headed goalwards, free header not capitalised on, as it goes comfortably into the arms of Crepeau inside the 6-yard box. He holds on to the ball, takes it to the edge of his area, just utilising the space that he's got, but needs to look more for the shorter option, sending the ball over into Bosnia's half. It's come straight back into Canada's half, and it's not taken long for Bosnia to get possession back. Now out on the right-hand side with Borakovic, in through the middle. Now with Kolasinac moving over to the right-hand side. Back out to Borakovic again, tries to feed it through this time for Lukic. But it's cleared away, and it's taken a ricochet off of Lukic and out of play for a throw-in on this left-hand side for Canada, as Lorena will come across to take this into the starting lineup today at the expense of Alphonso Davies, one of the more experienced and talented players in this Canada setup, missing out today due to an injury. He is named on the bench, may see him towards the latter stages of the game if required. Though from Larea goes down the left-hand side, flicked on by Oluwaseyi not once but twice towards David. Now over the top by Buchanan, chance here for David, but the header comes across by Kolasinac and falls at the feet of Vasil. He takes his time, has got the option to pick the ball up if he's pressured, but at the moment we'll just hold on to possession in his 6-yard box. No pressure from Canada. Plays it out short to Katic on the edge of the area. Into the middle now, finds some space here for Tahirovic. To his left-hand side for Kolasinac. His misplaced pass down that left-hand side goes out of play for a throw-in for Canada. Taken quickly by Johnston. Chipped in towards the middle, turned behind, and it'll be a second corner for Canada. This time out on the right-hand side. Bosnia had to be alert. Canada just trying to catch them off guard. Throw-in taken almost immediately by Johnston down that right-hand side. Of course, can't be offside from a throw-in, so Buchanan's cross that came in towards the middle was directed towards Jonathan David. And the out-swinging corner from the right-hand side will be from the captain, Eustachio. He was a set-piece taker from the left-hand side as well. Has been a threat throughout this season for his time in the MLS. Plays this one short though. He gets the ball immediately back. Better of an angle to cross the ball in though. Still an out swinger. Headed away though by Oluwaseyi, who's made the error in trying to clear the ball for Bosnia. There's a chance for Bosnia to break away again. This ball over the top ricochets off the referee, and we'll have a drop ball situation just outside of the centre circle. But that was a counter-attack that Bosnia was starting to launch, and it looked like on that left-hand side Memic again was getting away from his marker, and he'd got more than enough yards on Alistair Johnston. He was really struggling on that right-hand side in the opening 15 minutes of the game, as the ball has now been dropped and Muhamovic plays it across to Katic and all the way back to Vasil just outside of the area. Back out to his right-hand side now to Katic. Ball over the top down the right-hand side. Going to be chased down by Larea. First touch gets there. He has to get there for the second attempt as well, as Bosnia with a high press forcing some errors in this Canada defence. Now through the middle on the left-hand side. Quite surprised by the ball falling to him. Oluwaseyi across the middle towards David. It's gone all the way through. Can it be kept in play by Buchanan? It can, but it's just beside the corner flag on the right-hand side. Brings it back now to Kone on the edge of the area. Plays the ball through the middle, and it's cleared away comfortably by Muhamovic into Canada's half, and allow Bosnia to regroup, and Canada just trying to add a bit more urgency to the attacking threat in this final third. Really struggling to make the ball stick at the moment though. Passed out by Ifuga rolls into the midfield area with Eustachio, and now across to Kone, out to the left hand side for Larea. Larea finds a lap down the left hand side just by the touchline here with Miller. Miller couple of step overs, brings it in onto his right foot, knocks the ball off for Larea again, can't get his crossing on the right foot. Back to Kone, and now out to Miller. onto his left foot. Cross comes in this time towards the back post, headed away by Kolasinac to the edge of the area, further away on that left-hand side by Memic. It's still with Alistair Johnston, though, on the edge of the area at the moment with Canada. Cross comes back in towards the middle, takes a ricochet, it's fallen to David, and it's saved well low to his right-hand side by Vasil. And it had to be, because it's fallen to one of the most dangerous players in the game so far. And it fell to him around about 10 yards out. As the cross came in, it was off the right foot of Dedic, who I don't think knew too much about it, and it fell just comfortably to the left foot of David, who took it in his stride. And it was too easy for Vasil just to drop to his right-hand side, control possession, and hold on to the ball for Bosnia. But that's the best chance of the game so far for either of these sides, as it's passed out now by Vasil to his midfielder Tahirovic. Turns on the ball, sends this ball upfield, headed down though by Kone, who can now turn on the ball, and he's tripped outside of the centre circle inside of his own half. 17 minutes gone here. Canada 0, Bosnia 0. It'll be a free kick to Canada, as they're now starting to find their way back into this game, as the volume has started to heighten in Toronto Stadium as expected. And they should be leading by a goal to 0. Now inside of his own half, it'll be a free kick to be taken by Cornelius. Over the top to the left-hand side, goes over the top there of Miller, who felt that maybe there was a touch by Dedic, but the referee disagrees, as does the linesman. It'll be a throw-in on the right-hand side for Bosnia, deep inside of their own half. He just swaps the balls out and tries to gain a few yards down that right-hand side before working the line. Up it goes towards Lukic, headed away by Basic. Can't be kept in play by Miller, and about 5 yards down the right-hand side has been gained here by Bosnia, just in front of the technical area of Canada, actually, in fact, where this throw is going to be taken by Dedic. This time goes short with a pass to Tahirovic and gets the ball back immediately. Goes in for the 50-50 challenge with Miller. Both turn towards the referee to see whose throw it's going to be. And it's been given to Bosnia again. Similar sort of position to where it was just a moment ago. It goes down the line over the top of Lukic. It's taken a bounce though, and it's fallen off the chest there of Demirovic. Out on the right-hand side now, Memic tries to make that run down the right-hand side, and it's cleared away by Cornelius. Kept in place as the linesman. It's brought down by the chest there. In some space here by Eustachio. Out to his left-hand side, gets the ball back now to Larea. Now to David. Looks for the pass of Oluwaseyi, but the challenge comes in, and it's won back by Canada though, and it's on the edge of the area with Larea. This ball down the line has been blocked out, and Bosnia doing well defensively, as away comes Baltakovic on the right-hand side, and he's brought down by a challenge from Larea. I think, if anything, was just showing more frustration and trying to make up the ground, and again, maybe knew that he wasn't going to be able to catch him up, so was brought down. Wouldn't be a surprise if Bosnia did find themselves on the score sheet, considering how Canada struggled more recently to keep clean sheets, but Bosnia scored in all 10 qualifying games. And despite only losing one of those qualifying games, missed out to Austria. They drew a game that Austria won, 2 points the difference between the two sides, but still managed to make it here after the playoffs. Dedic with the free kick on the right-hand side, goes deep into Canada's half. Lukic flicks this ball on, but it's away by Basic up towards the halfway line. David turns on the ball, holds on to possession, tries to unleash down that left-hand side again, Miller, but it's blocked, and Bosnia just reading the game too easily at the moment with anything that Canada are trying. And out on the right-hand side, there's a chance here with Bartakovic, tries to get his cross in, challenge comes in, wants a corner. And Larea is saying that he's won the ball and it should be a goal kick, but a corner is what's been given, and it turns out Bartakovic actually wanted a free kick. Felt that the challenge from the Canadian left-back was a bit late. No, I think the left leg has swiped at the legs there of Bartakovic, so I can kind of see where the argument is coming from. But we are going to have a corner out on the right-hand side. It's Bosnia's first. They're running around the 6-yard box currently, so we'll have an in-swinging corner from Basic. In it goes towards the near post. It's flicked on and it's headed in by Lukic to give Bosnia a well-deserved lead. Division in Romania. He's not going to miss from around 3 yards out if you're going to leave him with a free header. And Jovo Lukic gives Bosnia the lead. In towards the near post, it's 2 free headers. The flick on from Kolasinac in towards the 6-yard box, and then it's headed in. There was a challenge on the edge of the 6-yard box where Bosnia wanted a penalty anyway. I don't think it would have been given even if the goal didn't stand. But Kolasinac at the near post, heading the ball on, and Lukic will make no mistake from mere yards out to make it Canada 0, Bosnia and Herzegovina 1. And you dare say that it is well deserved. And while Canada out of their own half, and now they have the prize for it. They have a 1-0 lead, and Canada will get things back underway for us. Official goal time is 20 minutes and 42 seconds. So out to the left-hand side now for Larea, and back into his own half for Cornelius. Now more work is required from Canada. Inside of the centre circle, goes across the middle now to the Figueroles, who's under pressure there, and he's been brought down. A free kick's going to be given in Canada's favour, but that really could have gone either way as Lukic continues his pressure. And Bosnia now will feel that there's a chance that they could feast on this Canada defensive errors. And 22 minutes gone, we will go in to the first water break. Of course, with the soaring temperatures here in Toronto, as expected throughout the course of this competition, we will be having water breaks in both the first and the second half, and how much it may change Canada's approach. They say that a goal just before half-time could be the most important time to score a goal, the worst time to concede a goal. Well, you can't really imagine that the hydration break is a great situation to concede a goal just before, as Jesse March is issuing instructions towards his side. You've got to think that Sergei Barbares is very comfortable and happy with how his side have approached this game so far. A lot of them with cold towels at the moment, just reducing the temperature, but also with the water bottles just rehydrating at the moment. Canada, whenever they've tried to get the ball out of their own half, it's been dealt with defensively by that back four of Bosnia, as mentioned. Line up, the fact that Katic, one of the better options at centre-back for Bosnia, have been more demanding when the ball's been going forward from Canada. He's dealt with things quite well. He'd not made an appearance for Bosnia until the hiring of Sergei Barbares. Mohamovic, another one that's part of that new defensive core that the Bosnia manager is starting to put together. And considering the fact that their last World Cup was in 2014, they really have turned things around in terms of performance, the style of play, and it's certainly paying off against one of the favourites to get out of Group B at the very least in Canada. They are trailing by a 0-0 as it stands at the moment, are one of the hosts. And Bosnia with that deserved lead so far. Don't forget that we do also have coverage of other World Cup games taking place. Qatar against Switzerland, of course, over the course of this weekend. And we're bringing you coverage, of course, of the 2026 World Cup, a history-making competition with 48 nations participating. And it's introduced some of these nations for the first time. So thank you very much for choosing FlashScore as your coverage of the World Cup. And the players make their way back out onto the field. And we have had water being sprayed across the pitch throughout that hydration break, just to try and bring down the temperature across the field. Of course, the enclosed stadium, and there are a few throughout the course of this competition that can be considered indoor stadiums, which with the soaring temperatures won't make things easy on some of these players. We are back and ready for the second 20 minutes or so of this first half, plus any added time. We're at the point of 25 minutes played, so of course a couple of minutes of added time will be given, but we'll continue from a free kick from around halfway between the halfway line and the edge of the area for Canada, and it is Kripo that's going to take this. Out to the left-hand side, left to run there by Oluwaseyi, and cleared away from the right-hand side by Dedic. Switches this over to the opposite side, but Johnston wins the header against Memic this time. The punt away by Kolasinac puts his defensive partners under more pressure, but across goes Katic to head this ball away. It's controlled inside of Bosnia's half though now by Larea. Takes this back towards his own half. He's forced in that direction, and Lukic's challenge goes in and wins his side a throw-in from in front of the area. It looked to me like that could have been a Canada throw-in, and it looked like Jesse March had the exact same belief. Out on the right-hand side, we will have the The throw into Bosnia. Long throw down the line by Dedic. Flicked on by Lukic. Out of play it goes though. And this time it will be a Canada throw-in from the left-hand side with Larea to take. Options down the line as he goes over the top towards David. It's headed in though by Oluwase. Out to the right-hand side for Johnston. Looks for the run wide, but his options actually moved inside. And he'll be frustrated with the fact that in the middle, so that'll be an instruction that I'm sure Johnston will direct towards him. One of the, again, more the experienced players. 56 caps to his name so far for Canada. As the quick free kick's taken and the referee's forced it back to be taken again. Out on the right hand side, across from the left comes Miller. To be an in-swinging free kick from him. Johnston, the other player, stood over this. Options inside the area. Defoga rolls and Cornelius on the edge of the area. David, of course, there as well. Kone plays the short option. Cross goes in towards the near post. It's flicked on. Brought down on the edge of the area. Lines up here for a shot, but instead it's played through the middle by Miller. Chance here again blocked. Bosnia will clear the lines up towards the halfway line. It's back into a dangerous position by Johnston. And away by Kolasinac, out for a throw-in on the right-hand side. And Bosnia again defending with everything that they've got. But a throw into Canada now on that right as well. Have a moment with Mohamovic just needing a chance to catch his breath. It looks like he may have been winded as he went up for one of those headers. He's actually been nudged in the side there by Buchanan. Referee gave nothing for it, and it'll now be a throw-in to be taken by Canada, and Johnston goes back towards his own half. First touch here taken by Cornelius into his own half now to Defoga rolls over the top down the right-hand side, headed on by Johnston into the gap. Clearance away though, and it's going to be a corner on the right-hand side to Canada. And can they make Bosnia pay the same way that Bosnia made them pay just 5 minutes ago? Across to that right-hand side. Goes Eustachio to take this out-swinging corner. It plays again in and around the 6-yard box. Kind of making it compact in there and difficult for the goalkeeper. Out swinging towards the edge of the area. It goes all the way through. Falls to Miller. Takes a touch. Plays it through to David. His effort's been blocked. Falls back to David on the edge of the area. He's received a nudge in the back. Wants a free kick. It's been given. And in the frustration, the ball has been kicked away by Mohamovic. We will need to be very careful. It's a cheap yellow card to receive. It was a clear push in the back of Jonathan David. So I'm quite surprised that he had any sort of issues with the referee's decision. Both hands on the back of the Canada striker. He's going to get something against him, isn't he? And that's exactly what's happened. But because of the angle here, it's stopped Bosnia from being able to play such a high line from a set piece. And out on the left hand side, no surprise, Eustachio is across to take it. The line and the wall is deeper than the 6-yard box at the moment, so Canada really with Bosnia on the back foot. Lines this ball to the edge of the area. The first touch by Kone, can't get his shot away. It's blocked. It's fallen in the end to Miller on the left hand side. He can't get his shot away either. Has to go wide with the ball towards the touchline. Miller back across the middle, and the first touch at the edge of the centre circle. Then through the middle it goes. Cross comes in from Johnston over the top, headed away. And a chance here for a counter-attack now with Kone. On the back foot, Zahirovic making his way down the left-hand side. Won back though by David, doing his defensive duties. Out on the right-hand side now. With space, it's been closed down by Zahirovic. Has to go back towards his own half to Basic. Now across the middle to Kone, out to the left-hand side. First touch by Larea. Now from Miller. Miller brings this inside, can't get his shot away. Cleared out to the right-hand side for Bartakovic. Looks for the options down the line. That's blocked by Cornelius, having to move across to cover that left-back position with Larea pushing forward. There'll be a throw-in now to Bosnia on the right-hand side, just as Sergei Barbares tells his players to calm things down slightly. 30 minutes gone in the opening game of the 2026 World Cup between these two sides, and Canada trail by a 1-0 to Bosnia, courtesy of a goal through Lukic. Now to the right-hand side we go with Buchanan. Inside of his own half, drops this ball off for Johnston, continues the run down the right-hand side, now trying to utilise that width a little more. Johnston passes this inside instead to Eustachio, back out to Buchanan, and back to Johnston, inside for Defoga. Now out to Kone. Kone down the left-hand side looking for support, but again, the defensive setup from Bosnia, very well disciplined at the moment. It's going to be a throw into Canada on the left-hand side to be taken by Miller. Off balance there was Mihajlovic, who felt that maybe he was nudged off balance. Referee disagrees. And taken by Miller, gets the return pass immediately out on the left-hand side. Still with Miller currently. Can he get his cross into the box? Over it goes towards the back post. Ball back in from Oluwaseyi, and it's cleared away deep into Canada's half. Out comes Grapeau to get this just outside of the centre circle. Plays it short now to Figueroa. Now to Johnston. Chipped into the channel. Held on to there by Oluwaseyi. Falls onto his left foot, but he gets too much under. Going to be a goal kick there to Bosnia. That's a great chance for Canada. Very energetic is Oluwaseyi. Started to stick his body into some of these challenges. Just a nudge there on the side of Mihajlovic. The ball fell to him quite nicely, and you'd think that as a striker you want to be at least hitting the target with that much time. It was just a battle of strength between him and the Bosnian centre-back, but across from the right-hand side came Dedic to try and close that angle down. Didn't give him as much time as he'd perhaps like, but it opened up the gap for Jonathan David, and these gaps are now starting to open up for Canada. They just need to be a bit more persistent with this pressure at the moment, and it's going to force Bosnia's backline to crumble eventually, as it's cleared away now by Mihajlovic, who still appears to be struggling after that knock on the ribs from the throw-in earlier on. Going now for Johnston. Goes this short to Eustachio. Back it goes to Johnston again. Just keeps this in play on the touchline down the right-hand side. First touch by Buchanan, turns back on the ball. Still under pressure currently. Buchanan tries to beat his man. In comes a challenge of Memic. First time clearance away, out of play for a throw-in on the right-hand side now for Canada. And Johnston will again try and gain a few more yards. Try and put Bosnia in a bit more pressure on that right-hand side, as again the Canadian supporters trying to increase the volume, the decibels inside of this Toronto stadium, trying to urge their players on to try and capitalise on the attacks that they're having at the moment, as the long throw in towards the 6-yard box is headed behind by Lukic. Corner on the right-hand side for Canada, and everybody this time, instead of going into the 6-yard box, appears to be crowding up that penalty spot, as the outswinging corner by Eustachio is on its way. Plenty of options in and around that penalty spot. A few seem to have already lost their markers, but the cross goes in towards the back post. It is headed down, and on the turn away by Demirovic up towards the left-hand side, and here's Memic. Memic up against Lorey, who's had to cut across from that left-hand side, as Memic tries to beat him. Lorey gets his left foot there, and it's out of play for a throw-in for Bosnia down that left-hand side. But again, that energy from Memic causing some trouble for Canada defensively. Can't leave him alone for a moment, as Kolasinac takes the throw-in down that left-hand side. Memic the only supporting option. Lukic comes across. Tries to flick that ball on, but instead heads it down towards Memic. Back in again towards Lukic. Away by Cornelius, up towards the halfway line. Over towards Kolasinac. Keeps this in play, and down towards Memic it goes out of play. It'll be a throw into Canada inside of their own half. We enter into the final 10 minutes of regular time at the end of this first half. Throwing down the line by Johnston. Goes all the way through, and it's hooked clear in the end by Katic. Towards the halfway line. Powerful header in by Cornelius. Out of play for a throw-in by Bosnia on the left-hand side. Went into the back there of Demirovic, who looked quite surprised to see how strong of a challenge Cornelius went in to win that header. Going now by Kolasinac. Goes this short. Goes it down towards Memic. His pass inside's dispossessed, and then the challenge from Eustachio onto Hirovic, and it will be a throw into Canada on the right-hand side as they get possession back. Thrown short this time, gets the ball back immediately. And on the left-hand side, we'll have a throw-in now for Bosnia. Taken by Kolasinac. And the flag's gone up immediately. It's going to be a throw-in to Canada. I believe that's been given for a foul throw against Kolasinac. Don't expect to see that at the World Cup, but a throw-in on the right-hand side now for Canada. Johnston takes this short to De Figueroa inside of his own half. Back out to Johnston. And back to De Figueroa. Now out to his left-hand side. It's just behind Cornelius. Has to drop off to get to the ball. Gets it out to the left for Miller. Miller now through the middle. First touch here by David. Brings this down well. Lays the ball off for Kone. David through the middle still with an option. Kone tries to feed the ball through. Challenge comes in there from Tahirovic. And out to the right-hand side now for Bartakovic. And again, ground made up by Jonathan David. And we'll have another throw-in on the right-hand side for Bosnia. It'll be taken by Dedic, who's slowing the pace down slightly, just trying to stop the momentum that Canada are building. Inside of his own half. Goes over the top towards Lukic, heads this down. Flipped away though towards David, who felt a nudge in the back from Tahirovic. Referee gives nothing for it. In the middle now with Eustachio, out to his right hand side for Johnston. It's still Canada in possession. Now for Eustachio, has some space in the middle. Drifted pass over towards the back post, headed away by Dedic onto the edge of the area. Bartakovic heads this through the middle. It's won back by Kone. Now for Miller, back to Kone. Turns on the ball onto his right foot, can't get the shot away. Still in the shooting distance if he can find himself some space, and he can't do so as it's passed to Eustachio. Now to Miller on the left-hand side. Drives down the left-hand side into the area, crossing towards the middle. It's caught by the keeper, but he can't keep it in play, and it will be a Canada corner on the left-hand side. Their fourth of the first half so far. The referee just goes over to check on something, and again it will be Eustachio that will take this in-swinging corner from the left-hand side as he checks that Dedic is okay, and he's back to his feet now inside the 6-yard box, as are multiple Canada players. The in-swinging corner on its way, crowding around Vasil currently, and it goes towards the middle, headed on by Oluwaseyi. Goes back in towards the middle by David. It comes off of Kolasinac, who's let that run behind. I don't know if he expected it to be a goal kick. It looks to me like that should have been a corner. This calls for a handball. It's actually come off of the hip section of Kolasinac. As far as I'm concerned, that's a corner for Canada, and their claims for a handball would be turned away. Well, we are going to have that corner now. The referee's just checking with VAR, and VAR have agreed there's no handball incident, and it will be an out-swinging corner now, number 5 for Eustachio to take on the right-hand side. Crosses in towards the middle, headed goalwards by Oluwaseyi, but cleared by Kolasinac, this time further upfield, and forced all the way back to his goalkeeper by Kone, and it will allow Bosnia to regroup and make their way back up towards the halfway line, as it's played out short by Krapo to Larea, and now inside to Kone, into the opposition half. He'll venture, but Bosnia still well disciplined and structured at the moment. Plus it goes to Cornelius, and now for De Figueroa, to the right hand side for Johnston. Now for Buchanan. Buchanan with a step over, beats Memic down that right hand side, drives by the byline, cross comes in, it's blocked. It's going to be another corner for Canada on the right hand side as they continue to pressurise this Bosnia defence. Bit of a comment made there from Buchanan towards Memic. The two have had a bit of a battle in this first half so far. Doesn't look to change heading in towards the latter stages of this first half. Eustachio's out-swinging corner goes towards the edge of the area. It's flicked on, it's fallen on the edge to Miller though. Into his right foot, cross comes back in towards the middle, headed away by Kolasinac to the edge of the area, brought down by Kone. Still options in the middle, his effort's been blocked, and again turned behind for another corner to Canada. Surely they have to try and find a way through this Bosnian defence now. It's just corner Bosnia. They are standing firm defensively currently. Surely it's only a matter of time before Canada find a way through. That swinging corner on its way again, this time goes short to Buchanan. Immediately back to Eustachio. Now to the edge of the area with Kone. Left-footed pass inside, dealt with too easily. Headed back into a dangerous area though, and flicked on this time, and away it goes by Katic. Up towards the halfway line, headed down by Miller. Larea gets there and puts it back into Bosnian area. First touch there though by David, goes all the way through, and it's held on to at the foot of Vasil, inside of the 6-yard box, and that's where you'd expect the first touch could really change absolutely everything there, but it's just come off the edge of the toe of Jonathan David. Kolasinac maybe stepped a bit too late, but the flag stayed down also. All the way now though by Vasil. This time clearance away by De Figueroa. It's there the second time. Challenge comes in this time by Bartakovic out on the right hand side. As well to win the ball back and play it out to Dedic. Dedic continues his run, chipped through the middle by Bartakovic. Headed away though, and now with Miller. Pass inside to Kone. Now to Larea. Has to go back towards his own goal. He had the chance to get the ball away, but instead turned to face his own goal. Makes things very difficult for himself as the pass inside finds the space for De Figueroa. Benches up towards the halfway line before the challenge comes in by Tahirovic, and it'll be a throw-in on the left-hand side now for Canada. Down the line, it will be a throw-in, but for the majority of this game, especially since the goal for Bosnia, it has been very much one-way traffic with Canada. They've just not managed to make it count. So whatever was said at the Waterbury by Jesse March seems to have definitely had some effect. Just need to be a bit more clinical in that final third. Jonathan David, of course, the top goal scorer in the break. One of which is Kyle Larian, of course, of Southampton. Free kick now on the right-hand side to Canada inside of their own half. Played across the middle by Johnston into De Fougerolles. Out to the left-hand side for Cornelius, and back inside De Fougerolles has some space up towards the halfway line. Now to the left-hand side, Cornelius. And down the line for Larea. Here to Miller. Miller threads it through, but it's well read and intercepted here by Memic. Tries to break away, but the tackle by Miller wins the ball back. Only momentarily as it's out of play for a throw-in now on the right-hand side for Bosnia. As we go 2.5 minutes of regular time at the end of this first half. Going down the line by Dedic. Lukic brings the ball down. Challenge comes in from Kone, but Lukic gets the final touch, says the referee. Thrown on the left-hand side for Canada. Taken quickly by Miller, but dealt with by Dedic. Up in towards Canada's half. Over the top it goes. And Tahirovic just gets a foot to the ball. Doesn't really manage to get the ball away, though. Dedic does. Out to Bartakovic. Inside pass for Tahirovic. And a chance here for Bosnia. Out to the left-hand side for Memic. He's got the run on Johnston, who's managed to make up good ground. Wins the ball back and out of play. It will go for a Bosnia throw-in on that left-hand side. It looked to me like as soon as Johnston may have had a chance of winning the ball back, almost immediately he felt under pressure from Memic. Didn't have much of a choice but to get the ball out of play, and it'll be a throw-in on the left-hand side for Bosnia. They are just maintaining that pressure at the moment, soaking it up and trying to get the ball away, as a voice from the Bosnia supporters now starting to find its way through the Toronto Stadium as Bosnia make their way towards the travelling supporters. Kolasinac long throw into the area, headed away, forced to the edge of the area with a very speculative volley from Basic, but over into the stand that goes. It's a more acrobatic volley than anything else. And we'll have a Canada goal kick to be taken. It's taken short by the Fougerolles to Grapau, out to his left-hand side for Cornelius. Late challenge comes in on him. Wants a free kick, the referee's given it. It looks to be in a lot of discomfort at the moment, as Lukic will go across just to check that everything is okay, and I believe we will see a yellow card here for Demirovic, who was the one that put the late challenge in on Cornelius. And we will. That's exactly where the referee's gone towards it. Didn't look like his studs or his boot had caught the foot there of the Canadian centre-back, but if anything, when the clearance went, the inside of the boot caught the back of the leg of Demirovic, and that's why the free kick was given, and the yellow card following. No complaints from the Bosnia striker. As the long ball drifted over the top, flicked on by Oluwase, out on the right-hand side. He's going to chase it himself. Buchanan's going to offer support as away it goes by Kolasinac, brought down by Lukic, now to Hirovic. His pass is blocked, and again it falls back to Kolasinac, out to the left-hand side. He looks for Memic, but it's intercepted by Johnston, and a breakaway here for Canada. Again won back, though, defensively by Bosnia. Switched out to the right-hand side. Bartakovic is going to be in a chase here with Larea. Larea tries to get there and watch the ball out of play, and he does really well to do so. And it will be a goal kick now for Canada. 4 minutes of added time as expected, based on the water break that we did have. And a goal kick to Canada. Keep things going for us in this first half. Canada 0, Bosnia 1 if you are just joining us before the break. Away it goes by Grapau, headed down by Dedic. And towards the halfway line, Johnston tries to flick this away, but flicks it on instead, and it's with Memic. Goes up for the challenge here with Demirovic. Demirovic heads it on, and it's with Memic on the left-hand side. Up against Cornelius, drops the ball off for Kolasinac. Into the middle, now with Tahirovic. Plays it across the middle, and it's intercepted by Eustachio. Gets the clearance away out to the right-hand side, and down for the challenge goes Lukic, who will now receive a yellow card. Went down for the challenge, and I think it just looked more like a deliberate trip than anything else, as the ball was in the air when he went in for the sliding challenge. I think if anything he might have gone for the outstretched overhead and just tripped Buchanan as he was breaking away for Canada. So a yellow card for both of the strikers for Bosnia inside of this first half. One for Johnston, also the right back for Canada. And he plays this ball short to De Figueroa and gets the ball back from him
Inside of his own half. Back to De Figueroa again, and now to Cornelius.
still inside of their own half at the moment. Over the top it goes by Cornelius, away by Dedic from the edge of his own area, flicked on now towards Lukic. Lukic brings this down inside of his own half. Now to Basic. Basic plays it back to Maharamovic, and out to the left hand side for Kolasinac. By the touchline, down the line it goes. Now with Tahirovic. Finds that space in the channel for Memic, but too much on the ball. It goes all the way through to Kupao. He'll be more than happy to just see the ball fall to his feet after the way this first half has gone. Plays this out short to Cornelius. A lapse in defensive concentration. The difference between the two sides. Bosnia very much focused throughout this first 45 so far. Controlling possession and working as a unit. It's exactly what Sergei Barbarez has tried to instill in the mentality of his Bosnia side. Out to the right hand side with Buchanan, brings it in onto his left foot. Strong challenge comes in from Tahirovic, and it's going to go out of play after touching off the flag, the corner flag, and it will be a throw in from right beside it on that right hand side. That's Canada waiting and hoping that they've had yet another corner, but it's effectively a corner with the long throw specialist on the right hand side. And up from the back comes Cornelius and De Figueroa. Long throw comes into the box. Headed away again, back towards Johnston. His header comes back in. Nudging the back that time on Oluwaseyi, but nothing for it. Ball's on the right hand side to Johnston. Lines up his effort and it's blocked and turned behind again for another corner. Corner on this right hand side with 50 seconds left at the end of this first half. Another outswinging corner on its way by Eustachio. Very one-sided with the statistic read of corners in this first 45, but they've done nothing with it. And it goes towards David, and he catches that ball on the way down and heads it over into the stands. And there'll be a goal kick to Bosnia, and there'll be no rush from Vasil to take this with 30 seconds left to go. I'm happy to see his side through with a lead into the break. He was just on his way down, the ball caught off the top of his head. He just lofted into the stands. Lukic with a free header decides to bring the ball down. There's plenty of time around him. Drops this ball off now to Memic. All the way back into his own half for Katic. Over the top it goes. And that is the end of the first half. And while Canada may have started the better of the two sides and ended the better of the two sides, it's Bosnia who have capitalised on the brief spell of possession and control that they had. Around about a 10-minute spell in the middle of the first half. Took us into the water break with a one-goal lead as Lukic latched onto the header of flick-on from Sead Kolasinac. It means at the break at Toronto Stadium. Welcome back to Toronto Stadium live coverage of Canada against Bosnia and Herzegovina in the first game of Group B of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. It is Bosnia that will get things underway for us, kicking off from right to left in the all-white. No changes at the break for either of these sides, just a stern talking to from Jesse Marsh, no doubt, and the fact that his side really struggled to get things going in that first half until after the water break, when they were already trailing at that point by a 1-0. Bosnia capitalising on the brief spell of possession that they had, topped off by a goal by Jovo Lukic just around about the 20-minute mark. And from Bosnia kicking things off for us, Canada currently have a free kick just inside of the opposition half as it's played short to Kone. Kone out to the left-hand side now for Miller. Miller can't beat his man and it's cleared away by Dedic into Canada's half, punted away by Defugarol and brought down inside of their own half by Tahirovic. So just to run through the lineups once more for you, it's Kripo, Johnston, Defugarol, Cornelius, Larea, Buchanan, Kone, Eustachio, Miller, David and Oluwaseyi as your starting lineup for Canada. For Bosnia, it's Vasil, Dedic, Katic, Mahamovic, Kolasinac, Baraktovic, Tahirovic, Vasic, Memic, Demirovic and Lukic as your starting lineup for Bosnia as a throw on the right hand side now. Quick to come across is Buchanan, throws this short now to Johnston. Johnston to the edge of the area, flicked on by Eustachio into the area. It's with Oluwaseyi now, tries to turn and beat his man into the area, goes across the middle, turned away and headed further away, and then away it goes by Kolasinac to the edge of the area, back with Buchanan. It's just pinballing around inside the area for a moment there for Bosnia as the ball across the middle by Oluwaseyi was turned away by Vasil, almost straight into the path of David, but Mahamovic was on hand to get the ball away. Long throw now by Buchanan in towards the 6-yard box, won by the head of Katic, flicked onto the edge of the area, chased down that left-hand side by Larea. A lively start to this second half for Canada. Inside it goes now to Defugarol, inside of the centre circle, through the middle, finds the gap, laid off now by Oluwaseyi. Into the path of Eustachio, tries to get it through, but ends up getting a shot on target instead. And it's cleared away by Vasil, under pressure there from David running through. A throw in on the right-hand side now for Canada. Down the line it goes from Johnston, now with Buchanan, crossing towards the middle. Headed away by Katic to the end of the area. Now with Lukic out to the right-hand side. He's going to be asking a lot there for Aktovic to close that down. But won back by Larea in space inside of his own half as Aktovic didn't want to lose position. He decided to stop as soon as he went into the opposing half, and it's Canada back in possession now. Out to Johnston on the right-hand side, into the channel. It's going to be chased down now by David. Out comes the keeper. The two have collided. The keeper's down at the moment. The referee, I'm not quite sure what he's decided to do, is at the same time Oluwaseyi is down on the edge of the area. The referee's calling on the physio to come and have a look at the goalkeeper, and I think they're going to do the exact same thing with the Canadian striker. The two just collided. It was a great ball through, and I think the flag stayed down throughout the entire procedure, and the goalkeeper is not going to bail coming out for the ball. Oluwaseyi is going to do the exact same, but that's the desired energy running all the way through as he tells the physio to leave the field, and that's exactly what's happened. So it saves Oluwaseyi having to go off at some point after being seen to by the physio. But the main concern at the moment is Vasil is currently down inside of the area, and the physio is seeing to him. He hasn't got up since that collision. The hero in the penalty shootout against Italy. Just looking at the replay, the flag was right to stay down. Just looking at the angle that I saw it at, but of course it's going to stay down regardless. And as the two come in for the ball, I'm not quite sure what the referee's decision on the back of it is, but looking at the replay, the head is there from Oluwaseyi, and then he's just been punched in the head by both hands from Vasil, who's got to the ball first and then collided with the Canadian striker afterwards. So I think it would be harsh to give a penalty when he's got to the ball first. If that's the case, I dare say it's going to be a throw-in to Canada afterwards. It's not. Instead, we're going to have a free kick in Bosnia's favour on the edge of the area. For a foul on the goalkeeper is what the referee judged to have been the occasion. And the free kick goes route one upfield. Lukic again winning the aerial battle, but can't find a teammate as away comes Miller down the left-hand side. Miller beats one and continues down the left-hand side. Is Baraktovic. He's also past Dedic. Into the area it goes again towards Oluwaseyi, this time jumping over the goalkeeper as Vasil goes low to control the ball and collect it and bring it in towards his chest. Rolls us out now to the right hand side for Dedic. Bosnia now, whilst they're up against it, can see that they really need to get themselves a second goal, an insurance goal if you will, as Canada start to feed into this momentum a bit more, and there's an urgency now that Jesse Marsh has brought into this side. They're starting to believe that they not only need one goal, they're going to go ahead and try and push for two to get themselves all 3 points in the opening game, and it's very much needed with them being at home. The next two games are in Vancouver, still of course in Canada, so we'll be the hosts for those two games. And then it all changes depending on where they finish in their group as to whether they make the knockout stages, and if they continue in Canada, Mexico, or head to the United States. As it's cleared away by Dedic on the right hand side. Larea with a throw in equal with the edge of the area out on the left. Again, options around the edge of the area. Throws this towards Oluwaseyi, but it's cleared away by De Figueroa. Out to the left hand side now with Larea. Now to Eustachio. Now Kone. Kone's cross comes in towards the middle, but it's caught and held by Vasil inside the 6-yard box. Holds on to the ball, takes it to the edge of his area and tries to get a counter attack going at the moment, but headed away by De Figueroa again. Out to the right hand side this time. Buchanan tries to beat Kolasinac, who goes down to ground and turns the ball away for a throw in on the right hand side for Canada. Buchanan throws it short, gets it back from Kone. Now down the right hand side, he continues to race down. He's up against Kolasinac, who helps the ball out of play, and it's going to be a goal kick now for Bosnia. Across comes Vasil to collect the ball, and he'll be the one, of course, taking the goal kick. As we get to see not the second game in this group stage today. That'll be tomorrow between Qatar and Switzerland. Of course, coverage of that at 8 o'clock. But also the United States against Paraguay, which is kicking off later on this evening or in the morning, depending on where you are listening from. So away it goes by Vasil into the path there of Basic, who felt he was impeded by Kone, but the referee says it's the other way around, and instead it will be given as a free kick on the left hand side. Now Larea into the gap, feeds this through. Overlapping run now for Miller. Miller by the byline, brings it back onto his right foot to the edge of the area for Kone. Excellent football at the moment for Canada, and a chance here, and it's off the line, off the crossbar and away. And Bosnia somehow get away with not conceding in that situation. That's really well worked by Canada, working the way through between Kone, Eustachio, and it fed through to Miller, whose ball across the middle had beaten Vasil, but I think it was Katic that caught the ball with his right foot. It will tell you exactly who now. It was actually Kolasinac off the line, caught it on the roof of his foot, and just pushed the ball onto the crossbar, and it bounced off the underside and out. The watch didn't beep for the referee, so it remains no goal for Canada. And we've got a yellow card now for De Figueroa for holding on to the waist of Basic as Bosnia were trying to launch a counter-attack of their own. He joins Johnston playing just alongside him in the referee's book. As Bosnia survive another scare, but 8 minutes into this second half, and they've been given loads of scares at the moment, and they've got a chance here if they can break away through. The ball over the top, it's flicked back through the middle, and running down on goal at the moment is Demirovic. He's only got the goalkeeper to beat. He goes down onto Krupo, and Krupo has somehow saved that and won his side a goal kick. It's a ball over the top that was misjudged by the header. It's misdirected completely in the path. He directed it away from Lukic. Demirovic running through the middle, only had the keeper to beat, took it into the area, and it's come off the right foot of Kripau, who's gone down to ground to try and stop him from rounding the keeper, and the referee's given a goal kick, believing that that actually came off the foot of Demirovic on his way through. So it is going to be, in fact it's now going to be a corner after the decision from the linesman. It was originally given as a goal kick, but the linesman's assisted there, and it's been given as a corner now for Bosnia. Cross goes in towards the back post. Strong hand from Kripau gets the ball away. Cleared further over the top now, deep into Bosnia's half, and away come Canada now on the right-hand side with Buchanan. Finds that run there for Miller. Miller on the edge of the area. Now with Eustachio doing the overlapping run. Miller's cross goes over the goal and out of play for a goal kick now to Bosnia. And from almost scoring to almost conceding to almost scoring again go Canada, and that's all in the space of just a few minutes. But there are some changes expected to be on the way for Bosnia momentarily. And it's a goal kick now for Vasil to take. Out to his left-hand side, and out of play it goes for a throw-in, taken quickly now by Johnston down the right-hand side. Finds some space here for David. His cross goes in towards the middle, takes a deflection, and falls into the arms there of Vasil. The score's there wanting offside, but the ball was direct towards Jonathan David from the throw-in, and of course you can't be offside direct from a throw-in. And away it goes now by Vasil, again up towards the halfway line. And it's headed away and out of play, and a throw-in now on the left-hand side for Bosnia inside of Canada's half. Around halfway between the halfway line, and just going end-to-end at the moment in the first 10 minutes of this second half. Both sides throwing absolutely everything they've got towards it. On the left-hand side, Kolasinac with the throw from just in front of the technical area. Lukic comes short towards the ball as the referee decides it's going to be a throw-in to Canada due to how long Kolasinac has taken to take this throw-in. I believe there's a rule and an instruction brought in for this World Cup that if they are taking too long, I believe it's 8 seconds to take this throw-in, the referee can flip it and decide to give it to the opposing side. And that's what's happened to Kolasinac. A very similar occurrence in the first half, but it stops sides from slowing the game down, allows momentum to continue, and the right decision by the referee. But a throw in on the right hand side now for Bosnia, and he's indicating that he's counting down from 5 again. And the throw in's taken by Dedic just in time. Headed away though towards Eustachio at the halfway line. He's going in towards Tahirovic. Referee's given a free kick in favour of Bosnia. Outstretched arm from Eustachio really gave the referee a decision to make as Tahirovic went in towards him, but just doing his laces at the moment as the referee has a quick chat with him. It'll be a free kick to Bosnia when play resumes in just a moment's time. He's slow getting back to his feet, and Canada aren't happy with the delay to restarting this game. Kolasinac stood over this free kick. Well, over towards the back post. Headed back across the middle. And away it goes by Kone. Back in by Kolasinac towards the back post. Out comes the keeper. Strong hands there to turn the ball away. And we'll have another corner to Bosnia out on the right-hand side. Their first of this second half. And again, laces are being done by Tahirovic, who I think may not have concluded doing that just a moment ago. And now makes his way into the area with Kolasinac, Katic and Mohamovic. Everyone back at the moment for Canada. In swinging corner on its way towards the back post. Headed goalwards and just over in the end by Mohamovic. That's highest amongst 2 Canadian players that were alongside him, but couldn't keep his header down. Into the stand it goes. Scored from their only other corner in the game so far. Almost landed on the roof of the netting. Scored it off direction. We're stood in and around Cornelius and Oluwaseyi. And away goes the goal kick from Krupau out to his right-hand side. And we will see 3 changes on the way now for Canada. And we've got a Bosnia throw-in. Kolasinac goes to take it as the decision to make those changes has been stopped for now. A bit longer to wait. A couple of changes will be on the way momentarily, and Ali Ahmed is going to be one of those just receiving his final instructions. Kolasinac now goes back into his own half and into the middle now and working their way through to Tahirovic. Now to Basic. His pass is dispossessed, too easily read out to the left hand side now for Miller. Takes it into the opposition half. It's Eustachio still on the left hand side. Out to Larea by the touchline. Equal with the edge of the area, back to Kone again. Chance to get a cross in, decides not to. Waits for the support to get towards him. Makes the pass in the end towards Miller. Miller on the edge of the area. Looks for that run of Larea. And away it goes by Kolasinac. Out to Bojakovic. Tries to beat his man. And with the challenge from Kone, it will be a throw into Bosnia out on the right hand side. As Kone drops the ball to allow it to be taken by Johnston. And we may well see the first changes now from Canada. I believe it may be Oluwaseyi that is substituted in a moment's time. Johnson's throwing down the line, out of play. And now we will see those changes. The first change is going to be the departure of Miller, and Schaffelberg is going to come on in his place. So a like-for-like change out on that left-hand side. Miller, who's given everything towards it so far, did have a brief spell on the right-hand side swap with Buchanan, but now he's changed and Schaffelberg will come on in his place. So that's the first change. We're going to see Ali Ahmed coming on in just a moment. Two more changes are lined up for Canada. Whether they choose to do them now or we're just going to stick with Schaffelberg, we are going to see the second one now. And Jonathan David is going to be coming off. And the other one is Buchanan that's coming off. So Buchanan, Miller and David off. Schaffelberg, Ahmed and Promise David is going to be coming on. So very attacking changes, and we're going to see changes for Bosnia whilst there is a brief pause. And Lukic is coming off and Basic is coming off, and Samed Bazdar is going to be one of those coming on in his place. So a like-for-like change between Lukic and Bazdar. I'm just going to see who it is that's going to be coming on in Basic's place before this throw-in is to be taken. It's going to be Gigovic, and the throw-in is taken on the right-hand side, and it's cleared away back into Bosnia's half and helped all the way back by Mahanovic to his goalkeeper. And Bartakovic just being called over by the referee for a late challenge just then, after the clearance was made by Larea. Has dealt with the trouble he's had down that right-hand side quite well so far in this second half. Of course, Alfonso Davis is available on the bench should he be required, but I think it's something that Canada will be happy to do if they do end up making that change. Done on the left-hand side with Schaffelberg currently. Drops the ball off for Larea. 5 yards out from the edge of the area. Larea goes over the top. It's left to run all the way through, but kept in play by Oluwaseyi. Oluwaseyi brings this ball back. Shot from Promise David's been blocked, and a free kick's been given in favour of Bosnia. It's Gigovic that's gone down, and the referee's saying it was a trailing arm that's caught Gigovic in the face. It's the reason why the free kick's been given. Now, in a very similar fashion, it was Promise David that did it. He put his arm around the head of Gigovic when trying to get to the ball to have his shot. But if yesterday is anything to go on, we might have expected to see a little bit more than just a free kick being given, after a red card, of course, was given in yesterday's game. As the free kick is to be taken by Vasil, and there will be no further action, just a free kick. And Vasil goes deep into Canada's half. It's headed away though, and now it's with Promise David out to the right-hand side. Just kept in play here by Ahmed. Finds the overlapping run. It's still with David onto the edge of the area. Challenge comes in now by Kolasinac, and out of play it goes for a throw-in on the right-hand side, taken quickly by Ahmed. Ahmed throws this down and gets the ball back. Still on the edge of the area currently. Beats one, gets it past Tahirovic. Ball goes in towards the middle. It's fallen to Promise David on the turn. Can't get his shot away. And it goes comfortably into the arms of Vasil inside the 6-yard box. Surrounded by players inside the area just then, as it looks like, if anything, Oluwaseyi's either gone out to the right-hand side, or he's just venturing out there to try and offer more support on the wing, and it's just leaving at the moment David isolated through the middle. He's putting Bosnia on the back foot a bit more, but as soon as the ball's going into the middle, it's too easy for Bosnia to deal with. It's on into the channel for Bazdar to chase. Johnston keeps it in play and goes all the way back to Rapau. Has time to take this to the edge of the area. Plays it out to his right-hand side for the Figueroa. On the right-hand side, in touch, brought down by Ahmed. Pass inside, back to Ahmed, over to the left-hand side, starting to try and work the ball forward, but ends up playing it behind Cornelius, who has a job just to keep that in play inside of his own half. Now to Kone, just outside of the centre circle, back to the left-hand side now for Larea. Larea to Cornelius. Larea continues that run down the left-hand side, and he gets the ball back by the corner flag. If he can get across in, there's options in the middle. Instead, brings it back to the edge for Eustachio. Sends this goalwards just wide. Goal kick for Bosnia. But the chances are starting to be created again by Canada after that momentary pause in the momentum. They're starting to rebuild and regroup after those 3 changes, bringing things back into their favour. Played it back to Eustachio, was the run down the left-hand side from Larea, and he took his first touch to draw it across his body, tried to finesse it into the far corner, but couldn't get enough around the ball. Now to play for a goal kick it went. Vasil now with the goal kick. Headed down by Bazdar. Now for Gigovic. To Kolasinac. Across to the right-hand side for Dedic. Left-footed ball across the middle of the field. It's out now. And just kept in play by Memic, who's cross looks for Demirovic, but all the way through it goes again to Krapau, who rolls this out quickly, and Larea comes away with the ball. Looks for that run down the left-hand side, looks for the substitute Schaffelberg. Can he keep it in play? He has done, and he's got an excellent first touch. Ball goes in towards the back post. His players arriving for Canada across the middle, flicked off the line and headed away. And Bosnia again survive another scare with throwing bodies on the line at the moment, quite literally. And now Defugerol's gone down for a late challenge there from Bazdar. It's going to be a free kick to Canada in a dangerous position, but they've had 2 cleared off the line of the host so far. They're really pressurising this Bosnia defence, but throwing absolutely everything at it. Credit to them. Bosnia standing firm with this 1-goal lead. It was a great cross over towards the back post, with players arriving at the back post, and it's headed back across the middle by, I think it was Oluwaseyi, and headed off the line by Katic, and then turned away by Maharovic. And this is why we've got the free kick. Played short to the right-hand side, into the area he goes. Ball back across the middle, it's blocked and turned behind, but it's kept in play. And again, defensive duties all over for Bosnia. They really are fighting with everything that they've got. Also needs Canada gambling a little bit more in that final third. So down the line here by Dedic, comes straight back into his direction. And then out to the right-hand side. If Gigovic can keep this in play, yes he can. He's down the touchline, he's got options in the middle. Gigovic brings it back onto his left foot, takes it into the area, can't line up a shot. It's well followed there by Larea, who gets the challenge in. It's now with Kolasinac. Cross goes in towards the back post. If it can be kept in play, headed back across the middle and held on to by Krapau inside the 6-yard box. Rolled out quickly now to Kone. They're launching a counter-attack now at Canada. They've got players over as they're pushing forward. Takes it into Bosnia's half. Out to the right-hand side for Ahmed. Holds up play. Bosnia now back in numbers. His ball through the middle's turned away. Kolasinac tries to get there. Passes this inside to Tahirovic, who's gone down. And it's going to be a free kick in Canada's favour for the earlier challenge on Eustachio. But Bosnia thought they were going to be able to come out from the back just then, as it's the challenge from Kolasinac that led to the free kick. Dangerous position again at this point. And out on the right-hand side, it's going to be with Ali Ahmed. Now, every set piece so far has been taken by Eustachio. Ahmed seems to have taken that duty from him. Crosses in towards the middle, flicked on towards the back post, but it's come off a Bosnia player last. Kept in place by Kolasinac, who's taken this towards the corner flag. Takes a little nudge in the back and goes down. It will be a free kick to Bosnia from beside that corner flag, and that's very strategic play by the Bosnian captain. And we will have our second hydration break with 68 minutes on the clock. Canada 0, Bosnia 1. But of course, we have been getting more and more from this Canadian side throughout this second half, more than what we saw in the first half. And as it stands, it is Bosnia that top Group B. It's not worth mentioning just yet, of course, how that would affect the knockout stages. There are so many different implications for second and third place, and any permutations that may require anything towards the latter stages of this group could be quite complicated. But Bosnia should have and would have liked to have thought that whilst they were in that ascendancy and Canada was struggling at the back, that have perhaps given themselves a bit more of a cushion than just the 1 goal. And it came from a lapse defensively to make it 1-0. Courtesy of Lukic, of course, the player that's been substituted. Don't forget, of course, later on we've got USA against Paraguay as the final of host nations kick off their 2026 World Cup. And then the second game from Group B will be taking place tomorrow. Qatar against Switzerland, followed by Brazil against Morocco later in that evening, to conclude Group D. Here as it stands, it is Canada 0, Bosnia 1 in the latest score. We'll just see that there's no changes made at the moment, or as it looks like being made during the hydration break. Sergei Barbares is calling a few players back, so if it's not due to happen now, I can't imagine it is going to be too long before any of these changes are made. As they are running out of time, we're into the final 20 minutes. Fully expect, of course, all this time to be added on at the end of the game. Players coming back out onto the field. As again, the sprinklers on the field are yet to be switched off. They start to fade down now. We prepare for the second half getting back underway. As it stands at the moment, the players are ready. However, the sprinklers are not. They are not yet switched off. And now we are ready to go again. Look for a moment that there may have been a slight error going on, but it seems to have resolved itself. And the final quarter of this game, if you will be underway for us, with Vasil taking his free kick from the edge of the area. He's definitely moved it inside and a bit further upfield than where the challenge on Kolasinac was. He gets the ball away into Canada territory, and it's headed back into Bosnia's, but it's away by Katic and out of play for a throw-in on that left-hand side for Canada, to be taken by Larea. Up it goes, and the hope from Katic just gets the ball away. Comes back over the top though, and Mahamovic this time will be the one to put the ball into the stands. Throwing on the left-hand side, Larea again to take this. Options down the line. He's had to go back towards his own half though, as the countdown from the referee was on its way, as Cornelius plays it back into the middle now for De Fuggerol. Now to Kone, who's gone down, wants a free kick, nothing given. It's a ball over the top, flicked out to the left-hand side for Memic. Headed away though by Johnston. And away comes Buchanan down the right-hand side, now to Ahmed. And Tahirovic wins it back. And then to Memic. Switches this over to the right-hand side, but again too easy to deal with from Canada. And out to the left-hand side for Schaffelberg. Schaffelberg brings this inside, and the tackle that's made wins a free kick for Bosnia. And Kone, who's showing frustration towards the referee, may well see himself in the referee's book if it wasn't for Oluwaseyi, who's directed him away. Wasn't quite happy with the decision. I mean, the referee stood right in front of the incident when he's given the free kick. Dare say it was the right decision. Let's see as the free kick's played out to the left-hand side, and it's won back by Ahmed. Ahmed continues his run down the right-hand side, runs out of space, but it is turned behind, and we'll see a few more changes now for Bosnia, just to try and see things through. Alabegovic is coming on as one of those, and Sunjic is the other. So Sunjic and Alabegovic are coming on. Baraktovic is one coming off, and Memic is the other. So two wingers, or two midfielders, wide midfielders if you will, are the two that are being changed now for Bosnia. Maybe try and counteract Ahmed and Schaffelberg coming into the game, because it's really working in Canada's favour. And across the middle it goes now to Cornelius as the game's back underway, in Canada wasting no time in doing so. Out to Schaffelberg, up against Dedic currently, takes it towards the corner flag, can't keep it in play, holding on to his knee at the moment though, looks to be in some discomfort, then gets straight back up to his feet and runs away as if nothing's wrong. So I'm not quite sure what to have expected there from Schaffelberg, who went down to look to be in quite a bit of discomfort off the field, but he got back up and ran himself back on almost immediately. Into the Canadian half again. Looked on this time, but won by Cornelius, and away by Dedic, and down by De Fuggerol to his left-hand side. Now with Schaffelberg again, loses his footing and loses out on possession. This time to the substitute Alabegovic. Passes this inside to Tahirovic, and across now to Mihajlovic is still inside of Bosnia's half now. Kalazinic up towards the halfway line, gets the return ball immediately, and then inside. Now with Sunjic. To the left-hand side finds Kalazinic, and he works his way into Canada's half. Now his pass inside for Gigovic. And then into his own half for Mihajlovic. Now Katic. And out to Dedic. Inside to Herzegovina, and now to Gigovic. Gigovic tries to make that run down the right-hand side. Strong tackle comes in from Cornelius. Gets the ball back into Bosnia's half, and it's out now to Kalazinic. Challenge comes in again from Ahmed. And it'll be a throw-in on the left-hand side to Bosnia, as we see another change on its way for Canada. And Larin will be coming on now. And this is where we see the departure of Alawasei. So a like-for-like change. Larin, the second top goal scorer in Canadian history, narrowly missed out on promotion with Southampton after, of course, the controversial using the championship of spying. And we've now got a free kick for Canada on the right-hand side as Johnston is down. He's slowly getting back up to his feet, but doesn't want to stay down and get the physio on the field solely because of just how much, as it stands at the moment, they appear to be Ahmed feeds this into the channel, takes the bounce and goes all the way through to Vasil, who isn't in as much of a rush to release the ball. But does so now. The referee starts the countdown. It's the left-hand side for Kalazinic, who only just keeps this in play, but his pass goes out of play. And a throw-in now to Canada. Johnston takes this. Throws it back to Kone. Around the halfway line, into his own half now to De Fugaro. To his left-hand side for Cornelius. Just outside the centre circle. Now to De Fugaro inside the centre circle, and now to Kone. Kone out to his right-hand side, waiting for those wide options, but has to go back towards his own half again. Now to Cornelius, again outside the centre circle, down the line to Larea. The touchline drags this back. Now to Cornelius. They're trying to make themselves options. As to Eustachio is forced back in the end, and now to Kone, again forced back to Cornelius. Because of how Bosnia are applying this pressure at the moment, allowing the centre-back to have possession, but as soon as it goes into a midfielder's path, that's exactly where the pressure starts there from Bosnia. And it's now with Gigovic challenging Kone. Kone plays this across the middle, it's fallen into the area, sent goalwards, and it's an equalising goal. And he's only been on the pitch what must have been just mere minutes, and Kyle Larin now equals his tally with Jonathan David for top goal scorer in Canadian history. Straight over towards the Canadian supporters, in towards the corner flag. It's been built up superbly by Canada on the way through. And Vasil and the Bosnian defence, who have stood so strong throughout this game so far, have finally crumbled. Out from the left-hand side, Kone just found that gap. Just looking to see if he's offside. He's certainly onside, and it is Kalazinac, the player, that's kept him on. And I think that's why his hand didn't immediately go up. But as Kone's dropped this ball off for David, David's first touch just brought it inside for Larin, who took a touch. In his effort, he's taken a deflection to divert it into the corner of the goal. But the ball, the shot, was going on target anyway. And it's found its way through. Canada 1, Bosnia 1, and I dare say for this second half, for all their efforts defensively, it was eventually going to happen. And with a VAR check, it seems almost undoubtedly that this goal's going to stand, unless there's something we've missed in the build-up. He's definitely not offside. Larin remained onside throughout this entire process of play, and Bosnia will get things underway for us. 10 minutes of regular time left. And what an entertaining final 10 minutes we are in for here in Toronto Stadium. An equalising goal from substitute Kyle Larin, cancelling out the goal from Jovo Lukic in the first half. And the ball is played back to Vasil. Out to his right-hand side now for Katic. Katic's ball over the top into the channel. Flicked on now again. Going to be chased down, but away it goes by De Fuggerol. Puts Bosnia back on the back foot. Chased down by Larin. He gets there alongside David. David on the edge of the area. His effort takes, I believe, a deflection on the way through. He's gone down in a lot of pain. The referee's waved away the free kick claims and given a goal kick to Bosnia. But it looked almost like there was a chance they were going to be able to get themselves back through. But Larin and David, there must have been some sort of miscommunication between the two of them. They were both pushing forward at that point. Promised David the one that came away with the ball, but between the two you'd expect some form of communication at the very least. It just seemed like that lapse may have saved Bosnia for the moment. Canada 1, Bosnia 1, 81 minutes gone. Headed down this time and flicked on by Gigovic. Headed away by Larea, who's gone down. Not once, but then he's back to Tahirovic. Tackle comes in, referee says the ball was won fairly, and Canada come away with the ball now. Basic flicked into the channel. David's going to chase this down, but first to get there is Katic. Goes back to his keeper. First time clearance by Vasil up towards the halfway line. It's hooked to his right hand side. Going to stay in play momentarily, and it's kept in play only just by Dedic. And then again the second time by Schaffelberg. But he loses out on possession, and Bosnia coming away with the ball now. Switched over to the left-hand side, headed down by Johnston. He's going to chase this towards the corner flag. On the turn, gets the ball away up towards the halfway line. Slight nudge in the back from Kolasinac. But it's still won in the end by David, who's going to carry on down the right-hand side. Out comes the keeper. I think we'll get there first. He's going to let it run out of play anyway. And out it goes for a goal kick. Vasil will calm things down, because this goal that Canada have just scored has breathed a new form of confidence into the host. Kolasinac down now to try and stop that. I think it's more for cramp that he's receiving at the moment. The physio's on, and in fact he's actually pointed towards the bench saying he needs to come off. So Bosnia are going to be forced into a change, and it's going to be the captain that's going to have to make way. I'm not quite sure what Bosnia are considering in his place, but immediately over towards the touchline. He's helped back to his feet now by the physio. The referee's just asking him to pass the armband on, and it's going to be in his place Zenis Bernic. As Kolasinac gives the armband to the referee, who will pass this on. And to a round of applause from the Bosnia supporters, and a rounding sound from the Canadian supporters. Might well be more nervous with the anticipation of how this game is going to conclude. Kolasinac forced off injured. What looked to be cramp originally, it appears to be a bit more. They'll be more desperate to maintain his fitness and his leadership for the remainder of the competition. Down the right hand side from Ahmed. Away it goes now by Bernic. To Gigovic. Tries to beat his man, but it's out of play for a throw-in as De Fuggerol wins it back. On this left-hand side now. Across comes Bernic to take the throw-in. Still gains further yards. Throws it into the area of just De Fuggerol. Takes a touch and then gets the ball away. It's fallen to Kone. His clearance is sliced, and it's fallen on the right-hand side here with a chance for Bazdar. Into the area. A chance to go back to a goal advantage. It's out on the right hand side that this corner will be taken from. Not as many players left forward for Canada now. Outswinging corner on its way in towards the 6-yard box. Cleared away. Falls on the edge of the area. Bernic can't get the shot away. He gets the ball caught up in his feet instead. Chipped over towards the back post. Falls into the end with Tahirovic. Can't get his shot away after a couple of step overs, and Canada come away with the ball. Down the left hand side. Schaffelberg tries to get there. It comes off the heel of Dedic. Well, lucky with how that came off the heel of Dedic. And it's going to be a throw in to Canada on the left hand side inside of Bosnia's half. Larea again coming across to get the ball. Cornelius to his left. He's got options to work the line with Schaffelberg. Into the middle there's Eustachio also. Over the top it goes. Flicked on by Promise David. Wants a throw in, but it's been given in Bosnia's favour. And Dedic will be the one to take this. As the referee saying that it needs to be taken from a few yards further back. Now he's going to make his way there, as the timer will then commence. When taken short, sold short on the response. Can't get there first, and it's fallen to Gigovic. He's under pressure from 3 Canada players. Facing inside now to Sunjic. Sunjic's panicked clearance. Ball's back in towards his direction, but it's just kept in play by Katic. In fact, he's put it out for a throw-in, but it was on its way out for a corner otherwise. There'll be a throw into Canada now in a dangerous position on this left-hand side, as Bosnia now struggling to clear their lines. The last 3 games actually finished 1-1 prior to this World Cup, and the games in the build-up to the World Cup. Of course, Wales and Italy both finished 1-1, and the final game of the qualification stages, which allowed them to miss out on the position that fell to Austria in the end. Cross in towards the middle. Headed away again. Kone tries to get there. Astar does. He's continued his run down the right-hand side. The ball over the top, and there's a chance here for Bosnia. There's options in the middle. Bazda did have space and time, but Canada back in numbers now, and Bosnia forced back to the halfway line. Pass inside this time. Finds Alibegovic. On the edge of the area. Still can't get his shot away. Canada back in numbers. Cleared upfield. David on the turn. Out to the left-hand side. Battling a strength battle at the moment. Sunjic goes in for the late tackle, as does Tahirovic. And a free kick has unsurprisingly been given to Canada. The referee could probably have picked either of the 2 to give the free kick for. On that left-hand side, Eustachio will be the one to take this free kick. Looks to be going back towards his own half, though, as a sideways pass finds Cornelius inside the centre circle. Now to Kone. And now Larea. And back to Kone. On the edge of the centre circle in Bosnia's half. Brings it back to Kone. And then Ahmed. Space opening up even more so for him now. Ball in, chipped by Eustachio. He caught too much on the outside of the ball. It was misdirected, and it was cleared away by Katic up towards the halfway line. Kone turns on the ball, and he's gone down. Wants a free kick. The referee's given a free kick in Canada's favour. It's going to be Johnston to take this from just beside the touchline on the right-hand side. The referee's told him to move it back a few yards. And plays it now across the middle to De Fugaro. Now Eustachio. And now Kone. Now for Cornelius. Back across to Kone. A bit more space opening up for him now. Out to the right-hand side for Johnston. Into the gap, but it's followed quite well there by Katic, who wins it back for Bosnia to his left-hand side. Here for Bernic. Bernic to Sunjic. First time pass has taken a deflection almost into the direction of Bazdar, but Canada again dealing with things defensively quite comfortably, but a nudge in the back there on Ahmed at the halfway line. Gives a free kick in Canada's favour. Last minute of regular time at the end of this game. And the additional time in about 6 or 7 minutes at the end of this game. Stepping away from the free kick goes Kone. Out on the right hand side, it will be Eustachio to take this free kick. Everybody back for Bosnia. The right hand side there's Ahmed. Everybody no further out, no further back than the edge of the area. Over the top it goes from Eustachio, and keeper comfortably catches that with no challenge around him as Vasil holds on to the ball. Doesn't have a quick outlet, so holds on to the ball towards the edge of the area. Well, 90 minutes have now been played, 6 minutes of added time have been given, and we are now into it. Headed up by Kone, and then Sunjic, brought down by Bazdar. On the turn, can't get his shot away. Played away to Sunjic again, out to the left hand side for Bernic. Bernic into the gap. Controlled by Bazdar. Tries to beat his man. Challenge comes in from De Figueroa. And it's gone behind for a corner, but the referee says, with assistance from his linesman, it went out of play first. We'll have a throw in on the right-hand side for Canada. And Johnston will be the one to take this. Across comes David to decide to offer support. Larin's there also as the referee's trying to count the time, but he's stopped things instead. We've got another change on its way. And it will be Canada that are making this change, and it will be their last change. And it is Eustachio that's coming off, Osorio that's coming on in his place. Another tactical change there for Canada to try and push to get all 3 points in this opening Group B game. We're on the left-hand side, it's with Alabegovic. Inside. Moving forward with quick footwork, but it's won back by Canada, who now start to break away down the right-hand side. Making his way forward. A free kick's been given this time in Bosnia's favour inside of Canada's half. Knock on the side of Mahamovic. Gives the free kick away. And he's starting to get back to his feet as Bernic is just checking there as well. Bosnia wanted a free kick a bit further up the field after the challenge on Alabegovic. On the edge of the area, and then it was almost David that went into the tackle with Mahamovic, and that's the one that I'm a bit surprised about because neither were looking at where the other was. It's just collided the two together. David just managed to stay on his feet, but it's a free kick on the left hand side for Bosnia. 2 of the 6 minutes have now gone, and it'll be Mahamovic to come across and take this only by a few yards. Players forward again. Header back inside. Up to way. David goes up for the header but doesn't win it. Ball just fall to him anyway on the edge of the area as he comes away down the right hand side, and Canada's starting to break away, and a free kick's going to be given now, and we'll get to see a yellow card for Katic, who just held on to the back there of Promise David as he was starting to make his way forward. Very strategic in the decision to grab hold of his shirt and not allow him to press forward. It was just quite simply a tactical foul, as Canada knew they were making their way forward, and I think Bosnia had that same sort of inkling. And Katic, of course, tired from the book also. And it's now from the free kick going to be a goal kick to Bosnia, as there was nobody making that run in the channel. Now to play, it's gone and behind, and Vasil this time into the opposing half. Headed away, flicked back on by Sunjic. Brought down by Bazdar. Tries to lay this ball off, but Kone wins it back. Bazdar then wins it back from him, and down the right-hand side was hoping for the run there of Demirovic, but Demirovic didn't make that run, and the clearance has only gone as far as Gigovic, but it's won back again inside of their own half, and Canada will just try and win this midfield battle. At the moment, the two sides are just going toe for toe at the minute. There's no side getting a clear advantage. Played back to Ahmed. Now Osorio. Osorio sees a gap opening up as he's going forward. Drives forward with purpose. Out to his right hand side, there's more options. Over it goes. Brought down by Ahmed inside the area. Cross goes in towards the back post. Out comes the keeper to claim. Catches the ball, and as he goes down, holds on to the ball inside the 6-yard box. And desperately needed to do so. With players in and around him. This time drops the ball out of his hands and gets it away. Goes all the way through to Cornelius, who can keep this in play, and he's got plenty of time to do so, and it just invites the pressure back from Bosnia. Holding on with Canada pressing forward, and now it's with De Figueroa. Out to the right hand side again for Ahmed. Back to De Figueroa. Into the middle for Cornelius, inside of the centre circle. Cornelius out left this time with Larea. Now to Schaffelberg. Back to Larea. Inside here for Kone. Canada with perhaps one last chance to get themselves all 3 points here. Finds the overlapping run. Lorrea takes it into the area. Back onto his right foot. Into the area. Goes across the middle. Chance for Larin. It's blocked. It's pinballing around inside the area. Bosnia clear the lines again. It's gone all the way through to the keeper, who chests this down inside of his own half. Plays it short. And again, Canada will have another chance with 30 seconds left to go. And it's inside to Cornelius. Now De Figueroa. Turns back on the ball. Now to Cornelius inside the centre circle. And now De Figueroa again. Out to the right-hand side. Controlled by Ahmed. Tries to make that run down the right-hand side. Still with options in the middle. Plays this ball inside. Goes for the return pass. Goes down holding onto his head. And the referee's given a goal kick. After the pass back from Larin was expecting the run down that right-hand side. Larin's effort inside of the area. Blocked by the underside of the boot of Katic. Stops him from getting 2 goals off the bench, but he's already proven just how much of a threat he can be. He could certainly be quite an important piece for Canada as they press forward. As the full-time whistle now goes, it's Qatar up next for the hosts on June the 18th in Vancouver. It's Switzerland in LA up next for Bosnia and Herzegovina. A goal from Lukic just before the water break in the first half after a flicked-on header at the near post by Kolasinac found Lukic in almost too much of a space inside of 3 yards. He didn't hesitate to convert to give Bosnia a lead to go in towards the break. Canada did strike back then after Kyle Larin came off the bench, and despite a deflected assistance, the ball still found the back of the net. After Canada dominance, they just couldn't make it count in that final third. It's a share of the spoils in the opening game of the 2026 World Cup for both of these sides. It has finished Canada 1, Bosnia.